You just found my channel. Your art is amazing. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna try doing some YouTube live stream. Might have to like mute a few times in the next hour, but then after that, I'll be able to talk a lot more. So your art is an inspiration for me. I'm glad I could help. Try to help wherever I can. Mm. Hey, what's up? I s Hey, so what are you drawing today? I read the title of the stream. I have no idea yet. Kind of just wing it, place down some lines and till something kind of happens. Kind of takes like a few characters before I get something going. Hey, I found your channel today. Got motivated to draw for a couple hours. That's awesome, dude. Alright, hopefully, this is the first time I've been streaming on YouTube, so it's literally me when I'm giving an exam. Jeez, my camera does not like to focus today. Lately, I've kind of been liking starting with something in the foreground and kind of large too. Zoom in a bit. It's kind of nice when I don't know what to draw, since then kind of anything can happen. When did you start drawing? Um, well, I started drawing when I was like 3 years old, but I didn't start like practicing until like kind of a little after at the end of like high school, which was like 6 years ago. So, and then I kind of decided to stop using reference like 3 years ago and kind of like been trying out some like that as a way of learning. You like samurais? They're very classy. Yeah, I love samurais. Probably like my favorite sort of like warrior theme. Samurais are so cool. Yeah. Samurais and knights are your favorite? Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to love like anything medieval. What does art mean to you, and what do you think of the AI art situation? Uh, I don't know. Like, uh, the AI stuff doesn't really bother me too much since I like pretty much only do traditional art, and I kind of like video everything I do. So I don't know. Yeah, art doesn't bother me. I think I don't know. Sometimes I'll see like a really cool like AI generated image. Like I know a lot of like music videos kind of started using AI since um and I don't know, every once in a while I'll come across like a really like cool character that I'm just like, geez, uh I just don't see a human coming up with that. But and it's kind of cool. I try to pick up like little things, kind of just like learn from it. I don't know, I think everything can kind of be taken as like a negative way and a positive way. So what's good? Commented on your sketchbook tour. Love the pen and brush work. You love seeing the inspiration from Kim Jong-gi and Karl Kopinski. Yeah, I definitely like both of those artists. I could probably list off like 50 different artists that I've kind of like liked along the way. It's kind of crazy. Make sure you do wrist exercises too. I'm a program realized just how important keeping your hands out there. Yeah, like 6 months ago, I actually had to like take like a week or a month off because my wrist was hurting like so bad from drawing so much. So yeah, the hand pain is definitely real. For real, wrist exercise is very important. Yeah. I've been trying to like stretch kind of like right before I go to bed, and I feel like that's been helping a lot. I feel like wrist pain kind of like can creep up too. Like you'll be fine for a while, and then it's like just kind of sneaks up on you. Never know what comes your way for sure. Sadly, Karl Kaminsky. Yeah, I heard about that. I saw some some of his Instagram posts on that. You program a lot, draw and play video games. My hands are cooked. Yeah, I'm like pretty into um like Super Smash Bros. And that game is like pretty intense on your hands. Plus drawing. Sucks to hear about Carl. He's one of your favorites too. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty sad when I heard about that. It's cool to see that he's making like a recovery though. He's a trooper. Yeah, he looks like a I kind of like occasionally see his posts and he looks like he's like really working hard to kind of get back where he was. I don't know where this character's going. I'm kind of just like almost automatically just drawing. Wow, it looks like my stream died for a second there. I think it's back. Do I stream often? I was streaming a lot on TikTok this week. Um, and my YouTube kind of started blowing up a little bit. So now I think I'll probably just swap to drawing on or streaming on YouTube more. Um, Someone asked if I'm visualizing what I'm drawing. I actually can't visualize things in my head. Um, but I kind of just like go off of what the previous line was and then kind of like keep adapting the drawing from that, from like line to line. A lot of times, honestly, it's just winging it and hoping the line turns out. And then if it doesn't, then just kind of like roll with it and come up with some way of changing it. That's most of us, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the most fun thing about art is the mistakes or things happening that you wouldn't expect it to. Boy got some thick eyebrows. Yeah. Yeah, I started them a little too thick, but kind of just going with it. Need some hair coming out of here. If you guys hear some background noises, it's my rabbit chewing on something or whatever he's doing. Lately, I've been trying to push like perspective and push the characters as far into the foreground as I can. So like he kind of is pretty far, but then I kind of like drag him and go into a character that's a lot closer. I really love your work. It's so inspirational. I'm glad I could inspire some people. Actually, the silence is deafening. I had to take my volume 3 times because I didn't hear anything. Is my volume of my voice like super low? Right. Now make another character fun. No, your voice is good. It's just that when you're not speaking. Oh. Do you draw famous characters or do you usually draw original stuff? Um, I drew like Venom in a sketchbook, but that's about it. I usually don't draw too many of other things. Yeah, is a Venom drawing that I did 2 days ago. It's like a kind of a mini scene. It's kind of based on one of the in the movie when I mean kind of spoiler alert, but when Venom gets chickens, but and then I was kind of doing like a mini parody on that. He was a lot of fun though, since he has so much black on his character that he can kind of just like cover his whole character in ink. Try to push this a little bit more and then add another character coming up this way. And give him another bushy brow. You like using G pen? Is that I don't really know what a G pen is. Is that like a fine liner? Or it's like those refillable pens? Oh, it's a pen nib? Dip pen? Oh, okay. I tried using them once, but I don't really have a good one. Is Kim Jong-il your master? Um, I don't know. I took a lot of like inspiration from him. One thing that's kind of funny though is whenever I would watch like his videos and things, I didn't I never watched the ones where he's teaching. I always just kind of like looked at his drawings and then kind of like try to come up with a way that I could kind of like get sort of a similar outcome. Assuming you've just kind of studied and copied a bunch of his stuff, now it's natural to you. That's what I do with some artists. Um, I've only I've never like done like a study drawing like from his drawings. I would just like watch his videos and then kind of like just watch how he's doing different things and then kind of like take what's would be usable for me. Yeah, it's really hard for me to learn from drawing like from looking at a reference. I don't know why, just like it's like the information just doesn't stick. Yeah, I know how you feel. Yeah, like most of the stuff that I learn is kind of just like I'll just see something cool and then try to like figure out what it is that made it cool for me or like what kind of added interest, and then I'll kind of like slowly work it into my drawings. Yeah, more learning the vibes. Yeah, I'm definitely in like the more of like a feel it out kind of artist rather than very technical or logical. A lot of the way I draw is just like kind of just putting down lines and then working my way through the character like pretty slowly and kind of making changes as they happen. You don't think accuracy or technical matters if it looks cool? Yeah, I agree. Every artist is different. It's more impressive that you naturally lean towards self-learning, naturally drawing what you want here. Yeah, everyone definitely learns different because um like my parents are they both draw and paint, and my mom is like the exact opposite of me. Like drawing from imagination or like without reference is definitely not what you would want to do. And then my dad's like a little bit more like me. This brush is like it was like a $3 pack that I got from an art store, and two of the brushes just kind of like are so cheap that they don't work, but somehow this one turned out really well. I don't know how, but it's what it is. Yeah. I love doing samurai because they kind of, I don't know, all their stuff is kind of like a little bit of art in it. So I can kind of do whatever I want with the different parts. What brush do you use? No artist has ever escaped that question. Yeah. I know Kim Jong-il would get pretty mad when people ask that question so much. How long do you plan on streaming? Gotta prepare dinner for fam. Uh, I'm not sure yet. I'll probably try to stream until I finish this drawing unless something happens. So, like maybe 3 to 4 hours. I have so many tools and I love all of them. Yeah, I like to change it up every once in a while. The last, I was using a brush pen for a while. like the Pentel, like a Pentel pocket brush, and then I had like three refills left, and I burned through like all of them this week. So now I now have no more refills, and that's why I'm using dip ink. I started using it because I that was actually one of my least favorite brushes, but I wanted to use it to kind of see if I could learn to get used to it. And then I started liking it, and then it died after that. I got a pencil and eraser, and that's enough for me. Yeah, my sister likes drawing a lot with pencil. I just don't like the feel, like the graphite and how the eraser leaves all those little pieces everywhere. I tried that brush pen, but I just couldn't seem to. Is it soft? Yeah, that's why I didn't like it either. It was because it's so soft. I love just messing around with a pocket brush or Pentel, the Edsel F2. Is that like the that's like the color brush, right? Like the squeeze ink ones, the color brush. Yeah, I used to use the color brush a lot, but I kind of don't like that. Sometimes the brush will dry out, and I don't know if it's just my luck with them, but I'll like squeeze the ink in the into the cartridge, and then it just like won't come out, and then I get a little bit impatient, and then just kind of like squeeze it a little bit more, and then it just kind of like starts to um, let a little too much out at one time. You use Copic markers. Um, I I don't really like them because they're so expensive, but I think it's called like a hoo markers, which is like basically off-brand Copic markers. Um, just kind of cheaper. So I use those to like mostly color a lot of things, especially since it works with ink pretty well. Sometimes having too many supplies can be a detriment for me at least, because I have some stuff that's collecting dust. Yeah, I have a lot of sketchbooks. Like I have a couple watercolor sketchbooks. They're Moleskine or Mols. I don't know how to say pronounce that, but they're pretty expensive, and I kind of haven't used them because the paper's so textured. But someday I'll get to using those. Try to find some room for the strap here. Whenever I'm kind of in a situation like this and get the character a little bit, some things don't always line up, but I'll kind of like keep bending downward towards the foreground a little bit more and more with different details and things. Kind of like placing the teeth on the mouth a little bit further, and then I can kind of pull this tongue down here. And I just kind of keep working my way down the character further and further. What type of brush is that? It's like a Chinese Sumi E bamboo brush. But this was just a cheap one that I got at a art store. Mastering the tools that you have is way better than using different ones sometimes. Once you get comfortable with it, your art turns out good. Yeah, I think it's like more so how comfortable you are with the tool than what the tool actually is. Because yeah, like I said, I hated this pocket brush for the longest time, but then once I started like kind of just messing around with it for a week, then I started to like it. So try to get a little bit further down on this character. I probably have him just with no helmet on. That's no problem. I'm a technical pen guy, honestly, but I have to admit that lines you get with that brush are way more expressive and fluid than a technical pen. Yeah, it's kind of why I like a brush, since you can get mostly because the areas you can get that are all covered in ink or like the dark areas. I like using a pen since your lines kind of almost turn out perfect every time when you compare it to like a brush where you have to try a lot harder to get a thin line. But then like sometimes in my sketchbook if I'm drawing with a pen, then I have to like kind of like scribble in to get areas of dark enough. But I am drawing kind of big on this page too, so the lines are a lot thicker than what a fine liner would give you. I've seen a lot of people mix the two together too. Like they'll draw a lot of the thin lines with. I mean, like a lot of comic book artists kind of do that way. They'll use a fine liner for thin lines, and then when you need thicker lines, then use a brush. Have you tried doing digital art before? Uh, yeah, I used to do mostly digital art like five, 5 or 4 years ago, and then I don't know. I just can't find like a method or a brush that I really like on digital. Maybe someday I'll mess it around and try to make my own brush. Try to sneak some hair down here. What are those guys? Sci-fi Yakuza? I don't know. Yeah, kind of just like mashing a bunch of like I don't know, like Japanese themes together, and then coming up with my own as I go. I honestly don't know what this drawing's gonna turn into yet. Sometimes I'll kind of think of a theme or a story around like my third character or so. Is that waterproof? No, this is not waterproof. Well, it's kind of weird because it's not waterproof, but it does become waterproof after like a day or a couple days, then it dries. What made you start practicing art seriously? Um, it's kind of funny, but I don't know. Like I've always liked kind of like imagination or like creativity and that sort of thing, and I always felt like I was like pretty imaginative. But I was like really into video games at the time, and then I remember seeing like Kim Jong Il's drawing videos, and I was like, oh, this guy's pretty cool, but I could probably never do something like that. And then I kind of stopped watching for like a couple months, and then I was like super into games, and then I was like right before I went to bed, I just like turned on my phone, and then one of his videos popped up, and then I was like, holy cow, he got like much better in like 3 months, and it was kind of like inspiring because then I was like, I could probably like get a lot better in a short amount of time too. So he definitely was kind of like a jump start to uh, inspiring me to draw. Before that, I was always kind of bored when I was drawing because not many people were drawing from imagination, and so I felt like pretty limited of what I could do. And at the time, a lot of the stuff I was watching kind of like um, was saying that you would need reference, or it was best to use reference, and then kind of have like multiple reference near, so you could draw like if you wanted to draw a fantasy scene, you would have like 9 different references for each part of like the character, and I just didn't like that process at all. So it was kind of like I didn't want to draw since that's kind of the only way that I saw things done. Probably made his hair a little bit too poofy on on the back here. I kind of like the Yakuza route. What's the brush I'm using right now? It's like a $1 bamboo brush that you could probably find at like any any art store near you. But I got kind of lucky, and this brush is for some reason like made a lot better than the other ones that were in the pack. So I kind of wouldn't advise trying to gamble with the brushes, but yeah, I'm sure you could probably find a like a nice brush that's pretty similar, just like any Chinese bamboo brush or something similar. After drawing and painting for 9 years, I can say reference is only useful when you don't know how to draw something, learning and studying I hardly ever use reference. Yeah, I agree. I think if I was gonna like if I was really trying to practice something, then I kind of talked about this on like a stream that I did on TikTok a few days ago. I might like put a clip of when I was talking about this on YouTube, but I think the best way if I was gonna like target learn certain things would I was kind of talking about like drawing how I practice and I would draw like a character and then push them basically like copy and paste in characters throughout the page and then keep like trying different angles and different things like that. They asked about cars. I drew a car, but then kind of like I was gonna draw another car here and just like changing angles. And then I think like once I'd practice a bunch of these, then I would probably go and like look at reference after that. And then when you would look at reference, like the details of the reference would actually be more important since they're like more crucial and more like I don't know, meaningful, I guess. Where I think if you looked at reference first and then drew from it, you kind of like I don't know, it's a lot of info that's really hard to separate from each other. Okay, thanks. What art store? I I can't remember where I got it from. Yeah, I don't really know how to explain it, but I almost like starving myself from reference, if that makes sense. And then like when you're like are like you're like super hungry for information, then it kind of like attaches better. Like if I was drawing samurai armor and then I went and then go looked at reference of samurai armor, then like the details or certain things that I may be like doing differently or that are on the armor would just like they'll just like stand out like very obvious. Do you have any advice on when you started to learn how to draw details in your art? Because I do the outline, but making my art look flat is the challenge. For details, yeah, I'll just open. I got asked this on a couple other times. Hmm. I kind of was gonna make like a video on sort of like adaptive drawing is kind of how I draw. So like flowers. There's like a few ways you can make like things um less flat. Like if I was gonna do flowers, and I don't draw flowers like ever, but kind of like overlaps can make things look a lot more three-dimensional. So like since these petals are back here, if I drew them closer and closer, and just kind of like overlapped things. I didn't really do it too well. But this is kind of what I was talking about. So if I wanted to learn flowers, and then I tried doing flowers from imagination, and then I would kind of like then try it from different angles, and kind of like experiment with. I feel like drawing for me is like a mad scientist like kind of thing where I'm just constantly experimenting and trying new things, and that's kind of the fun part for art for me. And then so I'd push this flower like further and further, and then this one didn't really get pushed too far, so then I would like way over exaggerate to kind of get it a little bit more pushed. And I would just kind of keep doing this until you kind of get a little bit comfortable, or you feel like that you would want to go and look at reference, and you could go look at reference and kind of see like what parts are you could change differently, or what parts would kind of like add to the drawing. And then I don't know, like shading can add more depth. There's like perspective, kind of like pushing things towards and then further away and having overlaps. I think those are kind of the main things. No, to add some depth. It's funny you talk about your art being a science. I think it's the best way to look at it. Yeah, I think Leonardo da Vinci always compared things art to science. He might have meant it a little bit of a different way, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just like experimenting is a lot of fun. Every new piece is like a new experiment. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I use reference and forget about it. Like I go focus mode and just do what my brain remembers. Yeah, that can definitely work too. I think if that's kind of the way you enjoy drawing, proportions kind of come along with it. With practice, yeah. Yeah, I think learning just kind of like naturally comes the more you draw. I don't think you ever really like plateau. I can only draw from stock images and vectored images. Real life is hard to understand, so now I draw the same flower, same face, and same angle, same hands, and add random stuff. Yeah, I was definitely like the same boat. I think I don't know, just playing around with it is really I think the best advice I can give. Man, I'm just mindlessly drawing hair on this character. There's a guy trying to see how long it would take to draw with science. Like, what is he doing for the science part? Focus too much on details. I think I'll probably do some. give this guy some sort of tuxedo. You actually love silhouettes? Yeah, there's I kind of been like playing around with silhouettes lately. Not like directly with silhouettes, but kind of like the space in between things. So like if I had another flower over here, then I'll kind of like play with like this little space in between here, and then I'll like draw like a character and kind of like squeeze him in. So I don't know, it's kind of like a little bit silhouette, but do I know how to draw Steve from Minecraft? I don't I don't play much Minecraft, so I actually don't even remember what he looks like. Oh, like he's trying to do 10,000 hours of drawing. Yeah, from like personal experience, I don't know if like time really matters that much because I feel like if like you compare someone who's like really enjoying drawing, I think they'll naturally excel someone than faster than someone else who's like maybe doing the most optimal things, but they like really hate what they're doing. I think the person who enjoys it will, well, they'll stick with it longer. So like long term, it's probably better. And then, yeah, I think they'll just learn faster if you enjoy it. I also don't feel like there's really like like a cap or a limit on like art. Like artists in 1,000 years will probably look back on all of us and think that we were like beginners. Someone who likes walking will walk more than someone who likes the destination. Yeah, Miyazaki said it's not work, it's fun. You draw a woman with a tree growing down each side. Yeah, I definitely think it's endless for sure. Because there's just so much that I don't think has really been explored, especially like drawing from imagination. I don't think there really hasn't been many I don't know. There probably has been a lot of artists in the past, but I don't think they really got much of a spotlight since there's so many like different I don't know. Art's kind of so opinionated that there's always like some popular movement that kind of like makes certain artists with the style like be more prominent in certain like time eras, and then other ones are kind of just buried. Imagination pretty much endless. Yeah, I've been trying to like experiment with like different ways to keep pushing imagination, kind of like pushing perspective or like doing some warped things. I'm not sure how I want to do his hand over here. how do you freehand fisheye perspective? If you want it to be like very by the grid, you would kind of, I don't know, I would just like line up details. If I was gonna freehand it, like you could kind of like use details of a backpack and then kind of like angle it with how the slope of like a fisheye lens goes, and then kind of keep using. Oh, this is how I would kind of do it, and then keep using like different details of the character and kind of use that as like markers for drawing it in space, and just keep using the details. I don't know. I don't really draw perspective by the grid anymore. It's more of like from character to character. It's almost like a rhythm. You study enough, you can almost see the lines converging to a point. Yeah, right. I'll try to pull off this arm. Camera's out of focus. My phone camera is always so touchy on what it wants to keep in focus. What do you do when you mess up your drawing? Yeah, I was actually gonna make a video on kind of like that topic. It's like a, I guess I kind of would call it like adaptive drawing because like if I, well, I guess I could just show it on my actual drawing because it didn't really go as how I planned. So like especially for this arm here, I could kind of just use black to kind of like keep shaping it. But if I can't use black to kind of like mess with the drawing, then if especially like when I'm doing a more detailed thing, like a samurai helmet, then and I made a mistake somewhere in here, like this kind of put down too much ink. So I could kind of like then make that into an object. And I'm doing that throughout my whole drawing pretty much. And I'd say like every few lines I probably like make a mistake and then make it look like it was intentional. Yeah, pretty much. A lot of times like my mistakes will be like a key point in like the drawing. Like it will make a character that like I like the most or like so I'm kind of embracing different mistakes. And then like the perspective is a little off on this helmet, so I kind of like yeah, pretty much like you said, it's making it seem like it was intentional. And if I mess up on the perspective or want to push the character, then I'll keep kind of using details and keep bending down the character. sometimes you can even come up with better stuff from those mistakes. Yeah, I find that happens like all the time. Yeah, so it's just kind of like micro correcting things and then like almost using them to come up with something too as I'm trying. How do you figure where you want to put the details at, like on the face or mask? I mean, it's kind of like a lot of anatomy for that part, like just the anatomy of face. I kind of am like kind of bending the armor like around the face. So like I kind of have like a few parts that I like to put details on the around the eyes and things like that. Like I like to do wrinkles and things. I mean, you don't even need to really study anatomy to know. Like these are kind of like people know about eyebrow wrinkles and like a lot of these other things. And then so I'll usually use like whatever knowledge I have of anatomy to do the details and things like that. And then sometimes the detailing part is kind of just like contour lines. So I'm like just like rounding, doing different lines to kind of round off different parts. And then the armor, I'm just trying to like sit it over top of the face and make sure that it's kind of large so it fits on top. And then kind of wrapping it around the character's face. And then same with the helmet. So it's just like kind of wrapping over. And then the face almost gets kind of like buried deep underneath. And then for like the details on the helmet, I mostly it's kind of a lot of experimenting, honestly. Like if I wanted to make the nose on the mask like have different um little like grooves and things and kind of like playing off of mistakes too can give me a lot of details. So like maybe this one I want like a different little design over here, so I'll kind of just like play around with shapes. So I have like these little grooves and then kind of like how can I build off of those and just kind of keep making shapes that I find to be pleasing in those areas. And then I could kind of like make my own helmet off of that. And then like a lot of the Oni masks kind of had different expressions, so it's like pretty free to kind of do whatever you want with it. And just have like some sort of like I don't know what this is, like a monkey mask or kind of whatever you would want to make it into. So yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking about when I'm doing details. A lot of the drawing process for me is kind of just like one big whole that pretty much has like all of the same ideas as I'm doing it, like the detailing, the when I make a mistake, they're all like the same sort of like solution, I guess, which is along the lines of like winging it. Where should I start if I want to draw a woman with a tree coming out of its eye? Well, if you want to draw a woman with the trees coming out of her eyes, then I'd probably start with like, I don't know, whenever I'm drawing a female, I kind of like to start with the eyebrows and make them a little thinner. And then I feel like hair is pretty um, recognizable feature. So I'd probably add hair. And you, you want trees coming out of the eyes? I don't know. And then I'd probably do the trees coming out since they're gonna be like taking up quite a bit of space. And you can kind of like angle the trees out in whatever direction you want. Trees kind of grow like whatever direction, so it doesn't really matter too much of how you do the branches. I don't know, and then you can make it kind of crazy and like push the other branch more towards. I like to darken uh, the lips on a female to kind of like replicate like lipstick or something. And then I found that the like one of the most important features of drawing a woman is like somewhat of a narrow chin. If it's like kind of squared off, then it'll start to look like a guy. I don't know, something like that. That's true. Groot trying to camouflage us. Yeah, right. Thank you for that. I hope it helps somewhat of what you're trying to pull off. It's kind of a fun idea. Hey, I found your stuff yesterday. It's been really inspiring. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. I appreciate it. Probably starting this next character. I might. I could actually wrap like. I'll zoom out so it's easier to see. Dude, YouTube zooming out is so touchy. I could kind of like wrap this arm out in the front, and then to push things more, kind of make it really far out. And then I might have enough room to squeeze in something. kind of want to draw him holding some sort of gun if I can fit it in. Me too. I saw your drawing whatever you want video like 2 days ago and instantly subbed. I appreciate that. You binged my stuff. Fire. Thank you. It's kind of funny because I wasn't even sure if I wanted to do kind of like teaching, some sort of like along the lines of teaching. The video got over 10K views. Yeah, I saw that. I'm like actually really grateful. Yeah, and thank you guys for all the support. YouTube, I'll go awesome plus. That's what I want. It always kind of make me sad when like everyone kind of has like a different way to learn, and I feel like there's probably like other people like me that um like kind of want to draw from mostly imagination and come up with like their own ideas and that sort of thing. But then I would always see like videos of like people telling someone a certain way to draw, and it kind of makes people believe that that's the only way to draw. And I don't know. I kind of just wanted to like provide different option or like kind of that sort of thing. I honestly didn't think anyone would watch it or if it would help anyone. I made kind of a mistake here of like not having the this enough room for the back end so I could kind of like change it. How much money in terms of ink do you think you go through every month? Uh, I'm not sure for like the dipping that I'm using right now. I kind of have like barely gone through like the bottle of it. So that's like super cheap. But brush pens can I think the refills are like I can't remember. It was like 10 for 20 or like $17. I don't know. I kind of like usually like if I'm running out of something or I want to get a lot more, then I'll kind of like buy it all at one time. So I'm not really sure how much like a month to month. I probably like overbought on art supplies and I should probably like go through and use a bunch of old paper and different pens I have lying around. Yeah, I kind of messed up on not leaving enough room, so I might kind of have like submachine guns kind of have like the stock that like clips outward, so I might kind of do that here, which is kind of fun because uh I've been wanting to draw something like that with the clip or the stock going backwards. My gun drawing is definitely not that great. I think I have a like a bare minimum uh knowledge of that sort of thing, but I just really like drawing them since I like mostly draw kind of am interested in like battle scenes or some sort of like action scene kind of thing. You're back from cooking. How's the drawing going? Pretty well. It's starting to get a little bit of movement. Have you ever drawn something that made you emotional or evoked some strong emotion? Uh, mm, I've drawn like some drawings that are like a little bit more story driven. I was like, I don't know. They're like not like very like strong emotions, like I'm like crying or something like that, but definitely like some like little emotions every now and then. I kind of like this character's expression. Curry and rice. I actually don't think I've ever had curry and rice before. You're definitely my favorite art. That actually means a lot. Besides art, what else do you do for fun? I like working out. Like I'm kind of into weightlifting and running, and I guess like a side hobby I kind of have is um like Smash Bros. So I'm like really into like the I don't know. I really like the esports for it, and also like the game. I used to play a lot more, but I don't play as much lately. Lifting is a W until I came back from the gym before watching. Yeah, I've been kind of doing it since like I was in high school and kind of like always kept doing it. You never had curry and rice before? Like never. No, I've never had curry and rice. Just like I've had rice. I like rice, but no, I've never had curry. I probably have like the most boring taste buds. Like I like really bland food. When are you finishing all the Smash Bros? Sketchbook entry. Yeah, I might have to start that up again. Maybe when the next Smash Bros comes out and they might have a smaller roster, then I might be able to actually pull it off. But right now there's like way too many characters. I've been practicing as much as I can so I can draw from memory like you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Um, yeah, I think that's kind of like all you have to do is kind of keep drawing and you'll eventually get like a lot more used to the feeling of it. I've never had a pizza before. Like, you just not have like pizza around you that often, or you just like don't think you would like it? My friend is the same way. Yeah, I'm like the type of person to probably just order like a ham and cheese sandwich at Subway with like nothing on it. Like, it's pizza's too expensive. You serious? Yeah, that's actually crazy. Never having pizza before has to be definitely more rare than not having curry. I guess it kind of depends on where you're from though too. I'm the complete opposite. I order everything and let those sandwiches do it. Mm. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I used to work at like a sandwich place and people I don't know why, but like at my job they had like you have like a ketchup bottle size of mayo and everyone like mayo was like the most common thing people would want on their sandwich and not just like a little bit of mayo, like half the whole bottle of mayo and like it was like everyone that ordered something like wanted that much mayo and I was just like it sucked because every time I'd like basically run out and have to go to the back and get a new one. I don't know why it was like that, but you're from India and where I'm from people don't eat from outside much. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I knew a girl who would eat mayo just by itself, so I'm not surprised. Yeah. I think that's what a lot of people were doing though, because there was one time I made a wrap and they had so much stuff in it and mayo that when I like went to actually fold it, it like kind of broke apart and was like uh going everywhere and I put it in a bag and I'm like I can like remake it for you and she's like oh no I like to like drink the mayo out of the bag at the bottom. I was like okay. Mayo by itself is crazy work. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to do that. I just don't like the smell of them. I'm blaming you, Ben. Yeah, I was wondering with how do you say it? It's a tar? You mixed that with mayo. You don't trust like that? Do you just keep like a mix of the of that with mayo like on standby? I do. It's good on a burger. I could see how that would actually be good. Tactical mayo. You just got that like a bottle of that mixture in your pocket in case when you get a cheeseburger. On the go. I used to know a guy that would like always have food in his pockets and he would just be like working and then all of a sudden like whip out a couple cheeseburgers and then like have like just a ton of different food in his pockets. I once saved half a hamburger in my pocket. It was wrapped. Mm. Yeah, I could see that. Do you like eat it like kind of soon afterwards, or is it just kind of like sitting in your pocket? Oh, you're also 15. Yeah. I hope it was wrapped. I don't know, pork chopping. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. Ate on the car ride home because your mom was mad. She was mad that you had a cheeseburger in your pocket. How do you eat that on acid? At least he was not wasting food. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea though. Especially if it like wasn't in your pocket for that long. I kind of come up with some way to turn this character. Probably just make this whole part dark. You feel bad for throwing away the food? Yeah, I'm kind of that same way though. I hate throwing away food. Do you stack the plates that you finish eating at a restaurant? Uh, yeah, I guess I do. Usually I'm like when I go to a restaurant, it's with family, so we'll kind of like all stack the plates, make it a little bit easier. She told you to throw it away, but you were gonna do your own thing. I probably would have done the same thing, honestly. Especially if I was like 15, I probably would have thought it was the smartest thing ever. I was drawing the guy you're drawing, but I made the head too big, so I turned him into Modoc. Yeah, that definitely works. 13 to 18-year-old was a completely different person. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm a lot different than when I was a kid too. When I was a kid, I like mostly I stayed up like all night just playing different video games. And then now I just can't like I used to pull like all-nighters like all the time. And now the thought of doing that is like I'm gonna like regret the next day like so much. Like now it just does not seem like a smart thing. I value my sleep too much nowadays. And you do the same. I'm doing it right now. It's 4 a.m. I'm watching your stream. What game? I don't know. I played like a lot of different games. I remember I used to play a lot of Destiny though, like the first one. When that came out, I was like so addicted to that. It was like all I wanted to do was just play that game all day. I played like a lot of like they call them like the loot games, like looter shooters or like Diablo style games. High school me would get 3 to 6 hours of sleep max, but now I need like 8 hours. I know how I did it back then. Yeah, I'm the same way. You and your friend grinded Overwatch? Oh yeah, I used to play a ton of Overwatch. Me, my sister, and one of my cousins would like we would do trio queues and then do comp, but we just like kind of quit eventually because we were like hard stuck in bronze. I don't know what it is about Overwatch 2, but like me and my sister could like barely get out of like silver and bronze. But then like when I used to play Overwatch 1, like I was in like the higher diamonds and it was like pretty easy. So I think people have just gotten like really good over the years. 8 hours is a must. You can't concentrate without sleep. Freeze dried Skittles. That's pretty much you now. Yeah, Overwatch is hard. People are like such tryhards on that game. For a while, I was really thinking of getting into like I kind of wanted to do like esports and things like that, especially for Smash Bros. But then I kind of don't kind of don't want to travel to go to different tournaments and um don't want to practice as much as you would need to. Plus, I'm always kind of like torn between. I just don't think I could like play play video games like all day since like I feel like it would like tear away from art and like I don't know. Art is like such a main thing for me these days. Quick play is more competitive than comp. Doesn't it still kind of like cue you like based on your elos for a quick play? You're always a plat diamond player, still am now. Dang. You only play when your friends online and you choose art more now? Yeah, I just kind of like figured um arts may be a little bit better for me than some of the games. I used to play a lot of League of Legends, but only the mobile version, which is kind of funny. I never played the PC version. I got into the mobile version because there was like Arena of Valor, which is like basically League of Legends but on mobile before Wild Rift came out, and me and my sister were like super big into that game. And then we crossed over to Wild Rift since most of the Arena of Valor players went to that, and we played that game like kind of nonstop. Try to sneak this guy's other hand over there. I've never played it, but I have friends that tell me to save my sanity and not play it. Yeah, I don't think that game's worth it. It's like fun, but only when you're doing well. Plus, we always have to like mute the in-game chat because people just give up way too early and we'll just start throwing the whole game. I despise throws. Yeah, I kind of like don't understand it because you're already spending the time playing the game. But like a lot of times, like they spend so much effort just throwing. Where yeah, I don't get why you just wouldn't play and have fun. Like go do something else if it made you upset. Yeah, I think they probably just queue into the next game too and do the same thing. I'm kind of the opposite. Whenever I play a game and I'm like losing, I like it makes me like try harder because I'm like, oh, what if like we come back from this? Man, I'm trying to think what I drew here. Sometimes I'll kind of get a little lost in detail. Some people give up too early. Yeah, I feel like some of those games kind of like really promote or like just kind of make you into that mindset too. Yeah, like the whole ranking system where it makes winning like a lot more important, and then when people aren't winning, they feel like they're like kind of I don't know, like they think they're getting worse at the game since their rating is going down, which is kind of just not true since you're still getting better at the game. I'll try to drag this character downward. Yeah, I've been playing more single player games now because of that. Yeah, that's it's kind of why I went more into drawing too. Like similar reasoning. Like I don't know, kind of don't like the competitive like need to always like I don't know. Makes it a little bit harder to enjoy a game. I do like a simple pattern here. Kind of trying to break up the lower half of this samurai from the person's uh, suit in the front. Once I get some characters that like really push the foreground more and are pretty far in the front, then I kind of think like from the last few drawings that I've been doing, like once I get like three characters kind of set up, it kind of like opens up the drawing, and then I kind of like know sort of kind of like what the story's about, the theme of the characters. And then it's kind of like very freeing from there, since then whatever I place in the background doesn't matter as much, and they'll be more simplified and things like that. And then like the main view will always be the characters in the foreground. So yeah, it's kind of been a like more freeing thing that I've been doing lately. I am trying to push things like further back, further forward. Having your stream opened up has helped with getting me to draw more alongside. Oh, that's cool, man. It always makes me happy when people say like my stuff like inspired them or got them to draw more. I think that's, I don't know, a really cool feeling. Could maybe, I don't have any friends who draw, so other artists on YouTube or Twitch are kind of my go-to. Yeah, yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Especially like growing up, like drawing. I don't know how many hours a day do you draw. I'm not sure. Like maybe like around 6 hours on like a average day. It kind of depends though. Sometimes I'll draw like all day, and like lately I've been focusing a lot more on like on YouTube videos and things like that. I mean, the streams I'm drawing through the whole thing, but sometimes I'll just do like a 3 to 4 hour stream, just the drawing, and then I might do like a little bit in my sketchbook. So kind of depends on the day. But I feel like I don't draw like a insane amount of hours. Does the glove prevent the ink from smudging? Uh, yeah, for the most part, unless it's like if I had like a ton of ink down, and sometimes some inks don't really absorb that quick. If I put my hand over it, it would definitely still smudge. But yeah, for the most part, especially if I'm drawing with Crayola marker, then it helps a lot. Because if I just put my bare hand on the Crayola marker, then it will start like smudging and printing the page. If only you could get 6 hours a day. Yeah, I mean, if you like have a bit really busy schedule, then kind of just like sneaking it in moments you can. I like to kind of have a sketchbook with me, wherever I go, and then kind of like whenever I have like a couple minutes, I'll kind of like start doodling in it. you spend too much time pacing and thinking about it. Don't worry, I'm like the same way though. Sometimes I'll get like I don't know, like the same sort of thing you described. Like I'll kind of just like be like, oh, I don't know if this drawing's gonna turn out or what's gonna happen, and I just like spend a lot of time like thinking 6 hours. That's a lot of good stuff. I used to draw like a lot more. Like some days I would literally just draw for like 10 hours, but my wrist would start hurting a lot, so I realized drawing more is not always that great. Since then I had to like take like a week off of drawing, which that sucked way more than just drawing like an hour a day or a couple minutes. Yeah. Your brother gets mad and tells you to stop and sit down. I definitely feel that though, because um yeah, sometimes I get like I just like kind of think or overthink things, so I'm too afraid to do it. Especially before I live stream, like I'm I kind of just like go and like do things to like stall or like procrastinate. The fact that your brain can keep creating ideas for 10 hours is what's impressive to me. Wow. I mean, when I was drawing for like that amount of time, sometimes it would like I don't know. I feel like I have like a meter almost every day, and it's like the first until that meter's run out, it'll be like all new ideas or like things. But then if I draw for too much, I just feel like I'm like not really making any progress, and it's like kind of just repeating things and mindlessly doing it. So I don't know. It's kind of like lifting weights. Like once you lift weights for like an hour or like however long, like you start to kind of like lifting for 5 hours would probably not be that beneficial for you. Yeah, I just remember I lose nothing if I work on it. And Lady Gaga said, "Oh, waiting is a stupid game." Yeah, I kind of found the one thing that I do to kind of work around that is just like, I don't know, tell myself I'm just gonna go like place a line or like just kind of like just start or like sit down and like once you get it started, then it's like kind of fun and get into it. But yeah, I definitely know the feeling of before. If someone's just starting art and has never drawn before, any advice? Um, that's like a really hard question. Someone asked this on like a stream I did on TikTok too. I don't really know like a good answer for that, but if you're like just starting, I think like taking it slow and like at your own pace and kind of um drawing whatever like you have the most interest in or what is most fun. And then kind of that you find well, I think I disconnected for a second. Finding a method that you think is the most fun for how you want to draw. I think that would probably be like the most important from my eyes of what would kind of long term keep you interested. Draw what you like at first, yeah, definitely. And figure out what you need to learn later. I just recently started drawing and I've been drawing from references and feel like I'm only good at copying. Need to practice from imagination. Yeah, I used to like only draw from reference and I kind of like took a gamble and just don't decided to quit reference like cold turkey. And I think that's one way to do it, but I don't think like that'd be the best way for everyone. Um, but there's probably you could probably just kind of like practice it whenever you feel like trying it. I think it's pretty easy to get discouraged um, when you draw from imagination after like doing from reference, because like when you have the reference, everything's kind of like there in front of you, and you don't have to like create anything from scratch. So then when you go and draw from imagination, then it's like you have to like pretty much build from the ground up. So it can be kind of discouraging, especially like the difference between the two. Who are my favorite artists? I could probably list like 20 of them. Uh, I kind of have a long list of people, but like Kim Jong-il is like definitely up there. I like Mobius, um, Katsuya Terada, a lot of imagination people. There's also, I think his name's like Gustave Dior, I think is how you say it. He's like an artist from like 1800s, and he did a lot of like, I think he did like Alice in Wonderland, did some art for it, and a lot of other like fairy tale things. Um, have you guys have heard of Claymore like manga? The artist for that, I can't think of his name at the moment, but I really like his art. And then like a bunch of the super Annie artists like Carl Kapinski, Peter Han, uh, Dong Ho Kim. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I cannot believe you just mentioned Claymore. I've been reading the entire box set since the start of the year. Yeah, yeah, uh, yeah. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I think it's like Norihaga or Norihago Yagi. I don't know how to say it. I probably just butchered it, but yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite artists. It's kind of funny because I read like a lot of whatever was like out at the time for Claymore. I read like probably like half or three-fourths of the series because it was kind of still coming out at the time. But I read that when I was in like really young. I was probably like in fifth grade. And I was just sitting in school reading it, and they have yeah. It's pretty violent, like horror manga. But yeah, the art is so sick. Good thing you didn't get in trouble. Yeah, it's actually pretty funny though, because we had like they had like reading I don't know, like that they have like we had to like read so many books, and you have to like kind of like jot down the amount of pages or books you read, and I would always write down that I was reading Claymore, and then at one point the teacher had me show her some pages out of it, so I kind of like flipped through and made sure that the pages were like pretty kid friendly. Battle Royale was my first manga, and it was definitely not for kids. I don't think I've never seen Battle Royale. How did you get this good? Uh, I don't know. A lot of a lot of drawing, I guess. Like what all did you do? Um, I kind of have like I have some of like the sketchbook videos I made that kind of shows like a little bit of the progression. But I used to draw from reference, and then I kind of like stopped using reference, and then kind of like started experimenting with like drawing from imagination, and then kind of just like keep building on different things and experience them from the more drawings. You draw like all of the guys who you named, pretty much how I want to draw. Yeah, it's kind of funny because like a lot of people say my stuff was like Kim Jong-il, but there's like a lot of other artists that I like also do a lot of the things that they do. I feel like I try to add like as much like black in things, mostly because like I don't know the Claymore. If you've seen some of the panels, they have like a ton of black or like I don't know Berserk is also really cool with the black and things like that. Yeah, my favorite thing from Claymore though is definitely the awakened beings. Like I love the design of those like characters and creatures. Have I heard of Michael Byers? It sounds familiar, but I can't like think of top of my head. His art is really good too. I'll have to look him up after the stream. From here, I'll probably just draw more samurai to be honest, and just kind of like repeat some of the style that's on these. Yesterday I did like a sort of elf theme drawing, and I ended up doing like samurai warriors on there. I did like a trident sort of piece on the helmet. I think that looked pretty cool. Especially pretty much the same design that I did on the elf one. Kind of carried that into this one. Kind of like draw a sword coming up here. Get a little bit of a white space to kind of split up it. I'm always trying to balance kind of like detail is sort of like one thing, and then white space, and then black. Do I like ballpoint pens? I really tried to like them, but I don't like how I don't know. From the ones I've tried, they're like very faint, and I can't get the lines to show up very well without like putting a lot of pressure, and it kind of hurts my wrists though. I don't really use them too much, but I've seen like what other people have done with them, and like with rendering and things, and it looks pretty crazy. I like the reflections on this helmet so far. How do you get the camera to not pick up your face or hair? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like, I don't have the camera too high up. It's kind of like sitting like maybe like 2 feet off the ground, so it's like kind of like right over the drawing. I have like one of those tripods that you can like they have like bendable legs on them, and I have it like wrapped around like a box thing. Every time I try to record, my either face is in the way or I can't see. Do I know Broken Jaw? No, I don't think I've seen their stuff. I should check it out though. I'll be back. I gotta go make food now. But if you're not live, then it was nice chatting with you. Hope you have a nice day. Yeah. Thanks for talking, man. I might still be streaming, but I'll see. Might have to like take a break and then maybe come back later tonight, depending on how I feel. He mentions me as an artist. Really? Dang, well, I appreciate the shout out. That's actually pretty cool. Is it like in a video? I'm trying to find where this character's shoulder is. Yeah, it's the first time that I've streamed on YouTube. So thanks again for everyone that's tuned in so far. It's been fun talking with you guys. Kind of try to slip this character's arm. back over here. Kind of just almost guessing where different parts will go. I'll probably do some shading with water once I finish off this back half of this character. And then I'll probably darken in his shirt on this one and have sort of some alternating coloring. Usually I kind of like match the different armor types and different coloring of the other characters to keep them all in the same sort of like theme. But then sometimes when it gets to like this area has a ton of uh, dark area with his hair and then his tuxedo, then I'll leave the armor over here a light value so that it kind of like separates them and makes this character pop out a little bit more. Mix up some water, some ink. When I've been drawing for a long time, there's always a ton of ink that is on like the back half of the brush, and then when I go to add water, it takes a while to actually get all that ink out and get a lighter tone going. I like to get a little bit of a darker tone than normal for characters that are closer to the foreground. Whenever I'm shading, I'll kind of go through on parts that are much easier than others. Kind of different parts of the character that stands out to me. Like this inner eye part would probably have be pretty in the shadow since there's almost like a crevice here on the eye. And then I'll also use shadow too and the water to kind of do contour lines. So if I want to go more into the detail of the character, and since a brush creates a lot of like thick, mostly thick lines, and I can't get too many thin lines sometimes, then I'll go in with the water since it's lighter. And for this character's face, I'm kind of thinking about this side plane and getting it. It will probably mostly be dark since I want to kind of like everything that's closest to sort of like this camera view angle. When learning to draw purely from imagination for the first time, did you already do many exercise for rotations beforehand? Or do you think it's from years of natural experience? Um, I kind of like I like tried to do like I know most people teach like the boxes and things like that, and then to practice turning boxes around, but I don't know, and that does kind of help for like a learning to start. But then I kind of like kept drawing boxes for too long to where I feel like I probably should have like transferred a lot sooner from drawing boxes to drawing characters and just kind of like keep pushing further into more complicated things. So I like started with boxes and things, but then kind of branched off into just kind of going for characters and just like I think the best thing you could probably do is like be very brave and just kind of go for things and not worry too much about correctness, and then you'll kind of like make big jumps in improvement that way. It's 1 a.m. in Paris and you're going to bed. Uh, Thanks for watching the stream, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to explain though for the drawing from boxes. I think if I was to go back and like start to start to learn again, I would probably I talked about this on like a TikTok stream that I did, and like instead of drawing boxes, I think if I was to re-go back in time and like re-practice, I'd probably go and like if I wanted to draw like an orc or something, I would draw the orc kind of like with whatever knowledge I have at the time. I would draw an orc and then kind of like draw another one afterwards, and then you'll probably improve or like notice things that you did on the first one, and then kind of like improve to the next, and then you'll kind of like keep learning slowly to kind of like different details and things of the orc, and then kind of like keep adding on more and more things, and then kind of like if you draw it from try drawing it from different angles and different armor. It doesn't even have to be like crazy changes, but you'll probably like naturally start to like add different features and things. And then kind of once you've like built this almost like toy character of like an orc or whatever you're trying to practice, then you kind of can do whatever you want with like that orc character again. So I think it's kind of like going for something, like knowing that you're gonna make mistakes, and then kind of building off of it slowly and slower. So yeah, I think just kind of going for something that you have in your mind, even if it's like kind of complicated, would help a bit better than I don't know. I think just the boxes, like for me, kind of like stumped my learning a bit because then I was just getting good at drawing boxes and not actually drawing something that I wanted. You woke up because you're sweating so much, and after watching your my drawing, you can't sleep. Oh man, I don't know if that's if I helped or not. I'm making you sleep deprived. So did I go through periods of drawing the same thing over and over again? Um, Mostly like the things that I'm drawing is kind of like what I'm interested at the time or kind of like what I want to expand on. So I kind of just like naturally draw the same thing over and over again because I like samurais, I really like their armor and things. So I'm probably gonna like draw them multiple times. So it's kind of like a interest thing or whatever I want to draw at the time. A lot of improvement in drawing kind of happens naturally. I think one thing they can do to like excel it faster is to like find a method that you enjoy and then also kind of being as brave as you possibly can and going for whatever you can come up with. Whoops, I accidentally added ink. I was try to get more shading. But no, I definitely feel though I'm the same way though. I'm like scared to do certain things, but I kind of just have to almost move my hand before my brain can chicken out. Like especially some poses, um like larger objects that are in the foreground, like the gun over here or drawing his hand out here, like they're very high chances that I'm gonna mess it up. So definitely when I get in situations like that, I feel like something is probably gonna go wrong and I'll usually like chicken out, but then I'll just like draw the line anyways and kind of like force myself in that situation. And then there's no way out but to go through it now. I have kind of a lot of ink in this in my water cup that's built up and it's made my values a lot darker, which is kind of good. Easier to get darker tone. Is this the same ink just diluted with water? Yeah. Yeah. I have one bowl that's like just straight ink and then I have a cup of water and it's distilled water since I'm using Sumi E Ink and distilled water kind of like makes the ink so it's not as it doesn't spread the ink. And sometimes I'll kind of water down my ink too to make it not so like gloopy. Have I ever read anything by Jongji Ido? No, I don't think I've read anything by him. Interested, never tried distilled water. Yeah, I looked it up to kind of keep online and I wanted to see like, because whenever I use regular water, my ink would dry up right away and it would kind of like get little specks and the ink would separate. So distilled water kind of keeps it maintained. If you have like one of those like watercolor water brushes too, distilled water will make those not clog. Do you have to wash or maintain your brushes since the sumi ink is pigmented and not dyed? I just kind of wash it. I just rinse it with water after I'm done. I don't know like the correct way, but I've seen like some other people just kind of rinse it underwater and kind of like watercolor brushes. I think kind of people do the same thing. But I mean, my brush has kind of been like uh, colored over the months of using it. So, but the bristles and stuff doesn't seem like it's changed. I guess it's still a pretty pointed tip. So yeah, I don't know. I just use water and rinse them off. The Sumi ink that I'm using too is kind of like semi waterproof. Like it'll become waterproof after like a couple days of drying. So if I clean off my brush and I'm only drawing for like 3 hour like periods, then it kind of just comes out like really easy. Like a lot easier than India ink would. Hmm. Maybe you should have drawn the okay. I grabbed actual ink again instead of my water, the watered down ink. I probably could have kept the tie, and then like pulled it out down there, and then I maybe could have colored it red. I've been liking doing some spot coloring on my drawings lately. Kind of separate the more complex pieces. I have to clean my rotary pens with rubber alcohol and cleaning solution because the ink clogs every time. It's a bit annoying. Yeah, I had a fountain brush that I used to use a lot, but like the cartridge on it is so small, and I would put fountain pen ink in it, and it would kind of like run out in like like a day or two, and I was just like constantly refilling it, and I have like a syringe, and it's like a big hassle. So I definitely know what you mean with the it being a pain. How long have I been drawing? Uh, like overall, I've been drawing since I was probably like 2 or 3 years old, but like actually practicing maybe like 6 years. But drawing from imagination, it's been like 3 years. So whichever number you want to take. What time is it for me? It's like afternoon. I kind of feel bad because a lot of people watching are watching at like four in the morning or at night. But I really appreciate you guys watching. Stream says 2 hours, so you could say you've been joined for 2 hours. Yeah, I mean today today I've been drawing for 2 hours so far. I'm enjoying it's no problem. think I'll probably keep the armor down here, white, until I figure out once I add more characters. I probably won't finish this whole drawing in one stream, but I'll probably come back um, later today and finish it up. If you guys aren't able to watch at that time, then I mean, I'm probably gonna have it uploaded to YouTube, so then you guys can go through and watch what you missed if you want to see that. The brush seems to hold a lot of water. Yeah, I can't. I think it's goat hair, and yeah, it holds like a ton of water. I could probably like shade the whole drawing with just whatever amount I had at the time. It also holds a ton of ink too, which is pretty nice, since I don't have to keep going back and dipping it constantly. Thank you, goats, for your nice hair. Yeah. I have some wolf hair brushes that I've tried, and their bristles are like the hair is so soft that once you make a line, your whole brush like bends, and then you kind of have to like straighten it out. It's a little bit awkward for drawing. Yeah, I think goat hair is a lot stiffer. I should try drawing with the wolf brush sometime. Do you draw in color as well? Yeah, I have some alcohol markers that I usually color with. I haven't done like full color as much lately since it like takes a lot of time. But I've been liking doing some spot color, like just a little different pieces, certain colors. I've been using yellow a lot lately since it looks really good with black. Spot coloring is really fun since if I have like if I want to have like a sword on fire or something, then I can actually like color in that area or like different special effects or things like that. I can kind of add those things, which are a little bit harder to pull off with black and white. I used to do suit ties on a lot of characters in suits and color it red, which I might do for this character, just to kind of break up the little sections. Are these good guys or bad guys? I'm kind of thinking that they're bad guys at the moment. And then I kind of want to have like I've been kind of trying to add like conflicts or opposing sides in my drawings lately, so I might add the good guys in the background here or something. But I guess it's kind of a matter of perspective whether they're good or guys or bad guys. It's probably dark in that whole area. Notice when the drawing gets a lot of stacking details, it's kind of hard to see what certain things are. Like I don't really know what this little space here is, but I just shade it in since it's looks like it's under there. I keep most of the fingers here light value since it's a little bit more of a focal point here. Get a little bit of the sword going. I'll try not to get my hand in the way. I don't know why, but whenever streaming and recording, I think it's just my phone, but it loves to autofocus on my hands more than the drawing. Every once in a while, I kind of have to like tap on my screen to get it to pick up on different areas. I always like shading hands since you can kind of do a lot of like add a lot of different movement to it with the shade. And around the knuckles, it gets kind of a little bit fun. Okay, maybe even make this gun black later too. I like to add a few pieces, different areas that kind of leave a little bit open. So like some areas I'll leave white with no shadow or anything, and then if I draw a character back here that needs to be lighter color or darker, then I kind of like will go back to some of the stuff in foreground and change that later. Get a little bit more ink. Hopefully YouTube actually saves my stream. Last time I tried streaming, for my phone. It like didn't keep the full recording and cut it in half. It kind of sucked. I was like, no. So I didn't end up being able to have the full video. You know what's nice about the diluted ink is I can kind of go back over certain parts and do some layering and add a couple different tones. I think since I got a good point going, then I'll go back to drawing more characters. Time for me to sleep too. Hope I catch your stream later today. You are today, maybe I'm working. Was it awesome catching you live? Yeah, thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you for sacrificing your sleep for my stream. How often are the streams? I might try like I'll shoot for like every day or maybe like four four to five times a week, kind of depending on how I feel. But I did last week. Last week I streamed like a whole week on TikTok, but then now I'm gonna kind of switch over to YouTube streams. And then yeah, but I did a whole week and kind of did that every day. So if I can get kind of a good rhythm going where I don't get burnt out, then yeah. I usually will probably stream around this time and then later in the day. So like between this time, well, 3 hours ago, and then probably like 3 hours from now, somewhere in that time period, I probably will be when I stream. Sometimes I do pretty late at night, but I don't know what time that would be for you guys. Geez, my brush has way too much ink. You're 16 and you want to pursue art. What do you think I should focus on now? Um, I think like whatever you're interested in and whatever you kind of if you can kind of like figure out a process that you enjoy the most and kind of like make everything around that, I think and if you like enjoy the process, you'll probably stick with it more and kind of learn a lot better, I think. Um, yeah, since you're pretty young, I don't know. If you just kind of take it slow and or at your own pace, then yeah, I don't know. Kind of a tricky question. It's kind of funny, but I didn't even like draw when I was in school much. Like I drew like before, like when I was in um like probably like five, like I drew before a lot. Before I went to school a lot I drew, and then after I got out of school I drew a lot. So the whole time I was in school I didn't really draw that much. But yeah, looking back at it now, I think enjoyment and having fun is definitely like I'd probably rate as like the most important thing. I think it'll keep you going in the long haul. A little too much ink on the brush. I really wish I could get my thing to focus, but maybe if I tilt my page a bit. Kind of want a samurai back here, and then with another sword. Usually I'll start with the head, but kind of like to experiment with different angles and kind of starting from different points on the character and seeing if I can like still pull it off. Can I have the sword come at an angle? I don't know why, but I always like doing striped with the armor, kind of like these little pieces coming up. I think it looks pretty cool with the once I go in with the dark ink. As I get back further and further into the drawing, I kind of simplify things a little bit more. So then they'll kind of be like a little bit simpler than the characters up here. Oops. Starting with the sword too would kind of help me get going with the finding out kind of where the perspective's gonna be. Since it's like a very tall item, it's kind of like a almost like a beacon or a marker place for then making it a lot easier for the rest of the parts of the character. You're back. Nice to see the progress. Yeah, I don't think much really happened other than shading some of the drawing. Now I'm just working on getting another samurai back here. Trying to slip in the mask over there. I always hate drawing in this left corner because it's really hard to get this part to show up on camera. With how this samurai is kind of turning out in this corner, and kind of had to like squeeze his head in there. I think I'll have like some opposing enemy coming in, and it kind of looks like he's being attacked, so I'll go with that. What kind of paper is it? Um, I think it's a Canson smooth watercolor paper. Here, I have the cover here. It's the this paper. It's like smooth watercolor and 9 by 12. I just like it since it's really, I don't know, I like the size of it, that it's like fairly small. Genson is nice and affordable brand. Yeah, I like, they always have like deals too where it's like buy one get one free, or like buy one get half off. It's like kind of just every once in a while just like get a few and then kind of just have them. I used to use a lot of Bristol paper, but I kind of like this paper a little bit more. They're pretty close though. This is just a lot thicker of a paper. Wait, is that screen tone or ink? It's ink, just like diluted ink on it. I've never used screen tone before, but that stuff looks crazy. I'm not really the type of person to like use was it like a box cutter or X-Acto blade to cut it? So I kind of messed up here, and like the arm was meant to be for a samurai, the samurai, but it almost looks like it's coming out at a different angle. So I think what I'll do is just make another samurai that's a lot closer, but it's kind of coming off the page. And then I'll have a different, make a different arm for the character back. So kind of taking like a mistake that I made and then just making it a little bit adaptable and then changing it. Things like that happen like all the time on my drawings, especially when drawing with ink. It kind of just happens. And then I can kind of push another arm up a bit closer. I feel like every drawing I've been doing lately has been like a lot of angles that I've never done before, which makes it pretty pretty tricky, but I think that's kind of fun. Kind of bring this guy down lower. Whenever I'm placing a character, I always kind of like take their details and I'm almost like stretching it or pulling it like down into the perspective. And then kind of like each little piece on their armor or different feature, I'm like kind of either like pulling it vertical or then like kind of like pulling it a little more and more. And usually as I get towards the edge, I like to like work the characters inward. So then I'll use kind of this piece of the armor and then pull it down. Might add some swords back here that he hasn't pulled out yet. And then now here I can kind of decide whether I want this area to be dark or I'm gonna go back and make the gun dark. And I think since I already have this shaded, I'll just make the armor back here dark. And kind of even though his head's not showing or his helmet on this character here, then since the other characters like they're samurai and they have black armor, then it kind of makes it a little bit easier to read that is a samurai back here. And I can pull him a bit lower until he gets somewhere near the floor down here. A lot of times I won't even have like the floor kind of like decided until I actually have a character with their foot on the ground, and then it kind of um, determines for the rest of the characters where the floor is now. Are drawing mannequin sketches no longer useful for you? Well, that's kind of like what I'm doing while I'm drawing, except like the mannequins for me are just like samurais or like whatever subject I'm using. So I'm kind of like the same idea of the mannequin, except I'm doing like samurai parts and things. So it's still like the same sort of idea. And then so like this would be basically the head, except I have armor on it and different details. And then like the chest piece is basically like another piece. So it's kind of like the same mannequin thing, but I'm practicing like the topic that I want to do while also practicing different things. So like I'm still practicing anatomy and perspective and everything, but I'm just kind of doing it well while I'm drawing these other things. And then kind of like working at it as one whole one whole thing altogether. So like right now I'm like basically practicing drawing samurai. It's like I'm finding out new things kind of as I'm doing it. Trying to get his back leg somewhere back here. Yeah, I feel like there's kind of not a point where you like stop doing something. Oh, but what about when you have to do very complex compositions? It's kind of like the same thing, except I have like layers on top. So like if I was gonna do um like added like some action in with this kind of thing, then it's just like this mannequin like tilted at a different angle, and then like if I wanted a more complex scene, then I could push like characters into different perspectives, and then like maybe he's being attacked by something. I kind of was drawing some like alien things yesterday, so I just kind of like add in one of those creatures. But yeah, so it doesn't like there's like just a lot of different ways to do it. So I could like add some sort of like action to it, and then he's being attacked, and then at a different angle, I could put like the same sort of alien being that's doing something else. So it's like it's still the mannequin and everything else, but it's like through the drawing. So I guess it doesn't matter like how complex it gets. It's still kind of the same thing, just more of it, really. Draw this character. I'm thinking he's gonna be like hit by something. Sienna feels like the pose he's doing. Now of his armor, probably lighter. Probably even sneak a sword in here. Yeah, it kind of doesn't matter how complex the scene gets. It's kind of just like the more complex it gets, just the more things and details or more like a lot of different like micro things happening. Like they're holding swords or like attacking things or different things like that. It just kind of takes a little bit more time to do, but it's still the same sort of idea. Well, my hand is not good at drawing a sword sideways. A little bit noodly. I think I'll draw him getting hit by an arrow. You got your brush pen and sketchbook as well? That's awesome, dude. Mm. Yeah, I never really practiced like mannequins much. Like I've kind of just always done characters that I want to draw, and then like each one is sort of just a mannequin that's been like changed. Like you could kind of use anything as like you can make it more complex or simple than like the square mannequin. Like a lot of them are like just sort of like square with the neck and this sort of thing, and then kind of like simplifying the different parts. I guess I kind of just never learned this way, but then just kind of like I would just do like characters. Like if I want to do an alien, then he's kind of like a mannequin, and then just kind of like learning like a as his shape. So like he still has like the same pieces, but I don't know. Maybe doing it in this different way kind of like helps me like make more custom like characters, and then kind of like because each character like has an arm, legs, like body, like some sort of like version of that, and then kind of just like it could even be some sort of like monster that's more of like a spider or something. Like it's still got arms and a body and different features like that. And you can still do like the mess around and play with the same things that you would be able to do with the mannequin. And then I guess kind of learned like that way. So like I'm still kind of using a lot of the same things that you would with a mannequin, but it's different shapes, and then kind of like built off of just like little little character doodles like that, I guess. And then kind of like seeing and experimenting with like different angles or things that they'd be doing. That makes a lot of sense. Sorry if it's like confusing. I forgot to like say in some of my videos that like A lot of like the me trying to explain what I'm doing is like very new to me. Like I've kind of just been drawing, and it's kind of like explaining what I'm doing. I almost have to like figure it out as I'm doing it too. So I'll probably get a lot better at explaining things as I do it. I'm take a quick break. I take my dog out quick, but yeah, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the wait, guys. My dogs were having like a full out brawl with each other. I also made some tea to make it through the second half of this drawing. I think I'll probably I drew an arrow over there, so I think I'll draw a character holding a bow. I'll probably start getting into like the opposing side characters over here now. It's kind of funny mixing like bow and arrow stuff with this guy has a gun and the other ones have swords. I always like doing hair since it's like pretty easy to shift the rounding, get it to change how you want. I draw a little quiver back of that character. Maybe I'll draw another couple few arrows coming off here. Make it a little bit more obvious that this archer is shooting the arrows at him. It gets a lot easier to tell kind of where I'm at in the perspective once I have a these like I have a character in the foreground and then a character kind of a little bit further back, a little bit further back, and then I put a character pretty deep and then kind of work out the in betweens. Guy on the left is not having a good day. Yeah, He took three arrows to the belly. I'm not really sure how I want to do the rest of his body yet, but I might even leave a little bit of room to kind of maybe put a character here that's charging or something. Maybe I will actually do that now. Kind of put some character back here. It's a little tricky sometimes to get this back pose, so it's kind of a few things I could do. I like to start with the helmet though, since it's a little bit easier to kind of figure out direction. Put some sort of like strap thing. Just a little piece there to kind of figure out the angle here. And I think I'll pull the shoulder pad this way. Sometimes I'll kind of draw the sword to or different objects that go vertical, even though I'm not sure like how the rest of the body is gonna go. And then it kind of gives me like a destination. So I know the rest of this character I want to end up holding the sword. So that kind of helps me think of how I want the rest of the character to be. Kind of want him to twist a little bit too, and not to get too close to these other characters. Kind of what I was explaining earlier in the stream. Keep like this is probably a good example of bringing the detail and kind of bending it the way that I needed to be in that moment. So since I wanted to angle this character down and get him in a sort of tilted position, like he's running, then I'm kind of gonna keep twisting these details around. And I could put some swords that are still sheathed somewhere around there. And I can kind of like wrap things around with the dark areas. This shoulder here, I'll probably have to clean up once I start shading. Any thoughts on the Pentel Pocket Brush? Yeah, it was actually my least favorite brush for a while, but then I had a bunch of like refills that I bought with it, and then I started actually liking it the more I used it. So it doesn't really hold too much ink, but if if you like that it's like a smaller pen, I like it for my sketchbooks and things, and I started using it on bigger things. But I like that it kind of covers a lot of area, but it's probably out of all the brushes I've used, the bristles are really soft, so it's really hard to control. So I don't really know how I'd rate it, but it's probably one of my more favorite brushes, but like I don't know if some of you guys would really like it. Uh, it's kind of funny. I was telling my sister that I named that brush Gloopy because like there's not much ink in it. I can kind of show with the Chinese brush, but like sometimes the pocket brush will like do this sort of thing. Like it's probably called something, but it makes like little groove sort of things when you're just drawing like a straight line. So it does that kind of a lot since the brush is so soft, it will just kind of like add that effect. So that's kind of the one downside of it is that the brush is soft, but other than that, and the capsule can't really hold that much. Mm, Ever thought of doing a comic book in with these characters with this style? Maybe someday I will. Mm. I was kind of thinking of doing kind of like some streams of just doing like comic panels, kind of like just random stories, whatever I thought about that day, with like without a script or something. But it might take a little bit more bravery from me before I try that. But that could be pretty fun. It's a little bit of an awkward pose here. Kind of try to bend it around and do some shading. Hi. How fast does the ink dry on that drawing? I'm not seeing any smudges, and I've had that problem in the past with India ink. I'm actually using Sumi E ink, like Chinese ink. I kind of like the how it like I don't know. It's a little bit less harsh than India ink. Like I feel like if I put it like clean my brush under a faucet, jeez, I can't talk right now. It just like rinses off like really easy. Whereas India ink, I feel like sticks so deep in the bristles that it's hard to get out. kind of try to pull this down. Yeah, India ink is pretty hardcore. It's sometimes so thick it glistens when dry. Yeah, I try to stay away from like, especially the India ink that's like super black or super extra permanent. I don't know. That stuff like is like super sticky too, and I don't know. I don't really like how it feels. Plus, if you leave that the India ink and somewhat more permanent it is on your brush, I think I've almost destroyed some kind of expensive brushes with that. So yeah, kind of don't like doing that so much. I feel like I could probably leave. Well, I have left ink on this overnight, and came back the next day and then washed it off, and like it didn't seem like it really damaged it too much. So the Sumi E ink, I know a lot of people kind of don't like it since it's a little inconsistent sometimes. But the only thing I've noticed is if like you have your hand on the page or things like that, then it kind of like won't stick to the page as well. See, I gotta go. Yeah, I see you, man. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, that's how I was asking you about cleaning and maintenance earlier in the stream. Seems like Chinese ink is more forgiving. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I just like I originally bought it because it's a lot cheaper. You can get like some pretty huge bottles of it, and for pretty cheap. It's kind of originally why I started using it, and then actually turned out to be pretty decent. Maybe I'll draw a character down here. Maybe a little too small, but first time catching a stream. Yeah, it's the first time I've been streaming on YouTube now. I was doing TikTok streams like all of this past week, and then now I figured I'd try out some YouTube streams. Might give this character some sort of vest, bulletproof vest. I drew them pretty small, but I'll kind of try my best to make it work out still. There's still kind of a lot I can do every time when I make a mistake. Just kind of keep pushing and turning things until get a little bit more if I want it. I'll probably have this character's suit black too, and then make his vest gray to kind of stand out a bit. Wanted to just sneak a little character down here. Lately, I've been trying to just like put characters in a bunch of different areas that are just open, and then kind of use like this open silhouetted area, and then squeeze the character in, and just kind of to add a little bit extra. While doing the more open, sort of loose clothes, especially on archers, I think it's really fun. I think it helps kind of push the movement a bit. One of the downsides to this Chinese ink though is it's a little bit reflective. I should probably get some sort of or find like a matte black that doesn't have so much glare, so that it doesn't mess with my lights too much. By darkening the armor over here, and then I can kind of add this other samurai with the lighter armor by him. Hi, I love your art. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Sorry, my English is basic. Oh, don't worry about it, dude. It's fine. Try to sneak in his little leg too. I like to use a lot of the black and the gray areas when I shade to kind of break up different areas. So I think I'll do that for the pants on this character. It works pretty well if I can match it up with being against another part on another character that's the opposite. So like the light nets the dark. Then I can sneak in a little more on the page than normal. Fit a little helmet back there. At this point in the drawing, I'm kind of just like going deeper and deeper back now that I have the front thing pretty pretty dense and filled out. And since I have this samurai with some lighter armor, then I'll have a armor that's black back here too. I can push him just a little bit further back. And then since I already have this character, that has the same angle of the helmet, then I can kind of just use my character as to base it off of. You're new to the channel and oh, you love the art style? Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. You like Kim Jong-un too? Yeah, I used to look at a bunch of his drawings since there wasn't much at the time for drawing from imagination, and I kind of wasn't really too interested in drawing from reference or doing that sort of thing. I set up this little back piece on this character so that I can kind of use that to go further. I'll try zooming in. YouTube zoom is so sensitive on my phone. From here for this character, it's pretty much just almost copying and pasting this pose from here, but then putting it closer and then changing up some things. And the further I get back, I just trying to simplify things a little bit more and more. And I have a sword come out this way. Why finding a unique art style is so hard? Uh, I don't know. I think it just takes time, really. Like, I want people to recognize my art style. I feel like a lot of um, like social media and the recognized part is like, I mean, it's mostly ran by algorithm and things like that. So, and you want them to recognize your art style and know that it's me. Yeah, I think it just takes time. Like once you, because I mean, really, your style is just like different things you've experimented with and kind of built along the way. So I think people will kind of naturally recognize that are drawing to you. I feel like it's really hard to see what your own style actually looks like from like your own eyes too, because like people will see it a lot differently than you probably will. I just copy, bro. Might add a little bit of shading in here soon. Maybe I'll do that now, actually. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, your art style is just kind of like everything you've ever absorbed put into one thing. And then kind of like for me, I feel like whenever I make like a big change now, it's kind of just like what I've learned from previous drawings. Zoom out here. I might darken the face a bit more. Well, maybe not. Sometimes the ink doesn't like to layer. Sometimes I can get a little bit of a darker tone by layering the ink. Your samurai drawings are so good. Thank you, man. Or you accidentally smudge. Yeah, samurais are probably one of my favorite topics to draw. I really like battle scenes or like war scenes or things like that. And I also really like the like a lot of the Japanese culture, how it's got a lot of like art style to it. The background noises are my rabbit. The layers are actually working pretty well. So I've asked you a lot. This I just came across your videos yesterday. Do you really use no reference for all this type of work? Yeah, I don't use. I stopped using reference like 3 years ago. So it was kind of like started off as like a experiment. Like uh, I was tired of constantly thinking of like, and I was like in a, in between of whether I should use reference or not, and it wasn't really helping any of my imagination drawings. So then I just decided to like go cold turkey basically and quit reference entirely. I still like naturally absorb reference like movies or thing or like some art I occasionally look at. Mostly movies and shows these days. But yeah, that kind of like naturally happens. and I've just been like following mostly interests and things. That's maybe too dark for back there. That's so awesome. I love the line in one of your videos about how you react to a line you put down and keep doing that. When I drew more, that was my way of doing things mostly as well. Yeah, I think like now when I'm drawing, it's mostly reacting from one line to the next. I can't visualize things in my head. Um, so a lot of it's more so a reaction to the page. Kind of think I'll make this all dark. Help split up some of these other things. Do you ever do a background for these pictures? I used to do more backgrounds on my drawings, but like I mostly like doing characters. And if I draw a ton of characters and then do a background, the background kind of like meshes with characters sometimes. So I don't really, I haven't really done backgrounds in a while. And if I do backgrounds, it's more of like what a character's interacting with. Like if there's like a table, like I'll draw like a table if it's needed for the scene kind of. And then I don't know. It's kind of like almost like dream kind of thing where it's like whatever you're focusing on is what's there, and then everything else that isn't needed, I kind of won't put down. Like I did Venom drawing, and it's a little bit hard to see, but I have like some tables and like bottles or things he's interacting with. And then here, like Venom's playing video games with Eddie. So I wanted to like draw sort of like what I would kind of like need in the scene to make that happen. So like he's holding a controller, he's on a couch and there's like pillows and there's a TV over here and like and Venom also has like chickens, so I made some like chicken cages and so it kind of just like whatever's needed to kind of like add to the scene. I think I'll make this shoulder all gray. This armor too. I think I'll make this character's face stand out more. Oh yeah, that made sense. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I like to draw like as much as I can on a page, and the backgrounds were just like very hard to make work with it. And plus, it also takes up space where I probably would have rather had a character, so it's kind of just I enjoy the character part more. I love to see a graphic novel or something with this kind of work. Yeah, I've kind of asked like kind of a lot lately about uh making some sort of like comic thing. Even my sister told me I should do a comic book. I was thinking of maybe doing some streams where I just kind of like do like a couple panels or something and just like come up with whatever as I go. Might be a little fun. I tried doing a comic in the past that was like the first book was like 30 pages. That I was working on with my dad and it was fun, but I got really burnt out from drawing like the same couple characters over and over. Whereas like drawing like this, I can kind of do whatever I want with characters, and it's kind of like a lot of change up. So if I was gonna do one, I'd probably just do like a one shot story or like not a very long series. But I do think that could be pretty cool. A series of one shots. Yeah, yeah, exactly. How do you decide where there is too much or too little detail? Um, I mostly think about like the white areas really, and just kind of like leaving some open areas of white. Like I can kind of show and I kind of alternate between like three different things, which is like a dark area, and then next to it, I'd probably leave like some open area, and then right next to that, then I would have like more detail or something around it. I don't really know what this is, but yeah, so basically like an alternating pattern between dark, light, and then like some sort of detail and kind of like repeating this pattern across the drawing. So I'll kind of like detail it as much as I can and then just kind of leave open space where the light would hit, or sometimes I'll just have to like leave armor white to kind of split up the different characters and things like that. Yeah, this ink is super reflective. I'm looking at the stream and it looks way lighter than it does in real life. Do you get inspiration from folks like Kim Jong-il? Yeah, he was a pretty big inspiration for like kind of showing that you could draw in like a different way from imagination. It's kind of like the main thing I think I liked most about him. I didn't like drawing from with a brush and things like that was just like experimenting and kind of like seeing what I liked, and I ended up liking a brush the most since the has the most like line variety, and I can cover big areas of black without needing like multiple tools. And I kind of like this keep like my drawing process is as simple as possible. So like not using reference, like I just have a brush and like some ink to dip in. Like I don't know, it's the most relaxing. Do you do any of those techniques like the Loomis head or anything? I kind of like I read his books when I was starting, but I don't. A lot of it's kind of just like adapting to what what happens on the page. So I don't really like think of boxes or like any of those types of things anymore. I kind of just like think of an idea and then try to go for it, even if I'm probably gonna fail multiple times along the way. I don't know. It's a pretty like personal opinion of mine, but I think if you like, it's like whatever you practice, you're gonna get better at. So if you're practicing boxes and like Loomis heads, you're gonna get better at those things. But if you want to draw like a different thing, like you want to draw I don't know, dinosaurs, like you're best off like practicing the dinosaurs. I don't know. Direct drawing, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what my mindset has been lately is like if I was gonna go back and tell my previous self, I probably would have told him just to like whatever you think of, just draw it, and you're like naturally gonna get better as time goes on. I feel like it's kind of easy to get caught in like drawing, practicing drawing, and then not actually like drawing, if that makes sense. Like it's like you're practicing to do the thing, but you haven't done the thing yet, so you kind of don't know what to expect. It's kind of funny. There's a paradox. There's like a paradox. I can't remember what it's called. There's a word for it where like you're having a meeting about something you're gonna do, but you haven't done it yet. It's something along the lines of that, but it's like a paradox because you're talking about something you're gonna do. It's kind of weird. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know what you mean. They teach all the foundations, but don't teach us how to use it all together to create final things. Yeah, yep. It's pretty much that. The map is not the territory. I think it describes that mistake where people think preparing for a thing is the same as doing it. Yeah. Yeah, when I was always doing like the normal practice sort of route, and then I would go to draw from imagination, like I actually didn't get any better. Like there was like not much progress between it at all, which is crazy because I was like practicing for like years of just doing like all the anatomy studies and things like that. I think I think the information is really like if you want to draw like zombies, then like anatomy helps figure out like things with that. But um, drawing, I don't know. It's a really tricky thing to explain. But yeah, you guys definitely explained it well. Do you think the concepts of perspective, 3D space, etc., helps you as you are drawing? Like, what are you thinking as you draw? Yeah, I think definitely like space helps. What I'm thinking of when I'm drawing is kind of just like reacting to a line and kind of like more of positioning. I kind of find a blink somewhat blinked spot. Yeah, when I'm drawing, like if I was to finish this character, like I'm kind of just like putting down lines that I think look well and then going through and just kind of like adding whatever and then I'm like kind of reacting to the lines. Like if this comes out more, then I'm kind of seeing that like this will fold out. And then so I'm just reacting to each space and different thing that happens and then just working my way down the page. And then for like the space, I'm kind of thinking about it as like I have this character in front here, and then if I was gonna draw a character behind, like things get smaller the further they go back. So I kind of like am just thinking that if a character's behind, they're gonna be a little bit shorter, and then like it's pretty simple, kind of like what I'm thinking about for the perspective part, and a lot of it is mostly just adapting to different things and going based on a lot of more feeling than like technical things. And then I could kind of like since I drew this strap here, then there's like I'm kind of thinking of different options that I want to do with the strap, so I could do like some sort of I don't know, bow tie on the back there, and then since I drew the arm about this length, I'm kind of thinking the elbow would be about there. So it's like a lot of feeling, feeling and intuition. And then based on this character, to get to the back one, I'm kind of thinking of, so this is what I drew for this character. And then if I wanted to draw something similar right behind there, I'm just dropping things a little bit lower and lower. And then whatever happens here, I'm just gonna kind of adapt to and then keep going lower down the character. And I see the elbows here, so I'll kind of like compare the two and then draw to the best of my ability kind of what could be there. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking while I'm drawing is just like adapting to each line, even if it's like a some sort of mistake. Like let's say I wanted to draw a character in front, but she ended up being kind of smaller and like at a weird angle. Then with black, it's really easy to just like okay, well now I'm gonna draw a character that's like much larger and just kind of keep like pulling the character out. And I'll often do that with like detail too. And then like with the detail, I could pull her down further. And then so she's still kind of like shorter than this girl behind, which may be like a mistake, but then I'll kind of take advantage of that and then kind of let it change the drawing a little bit. And I would start to kind of work the character out more. And then if she has her arm out in front of this character, then now instead of she was behind this back character, now she's kind of like looking like she's now in front. So like even though I'm drawing with ink, I still have like a lot of options to get out of certain situations. So yeah, that's kind of, and then I could like pretty much do that same thing across and just keep doing with the same character or start adding different characters. So it's kind of the same thing I'm thinking with the samurai. And like I drew this samurai first and then I went to him and this one's sort of based on him and then they kind of just like I keep editing like different variety slowly by slowly across into different characters. Sometimes the subject will change a lot more, but dun, dun, dun. And sometimes when I've never drawn something before, it's a little bit scarier. So I'll draw a horse because I'm really bad at drawing horses. My sister thinks it's funny because she's been drawing horses since she was a kid. So she like really knows the different things that kind of make a horse look like a horse. And my horses often look like a camel. It's kind of funny, but kind of work on it as I'm doing it. This is kind of what I would do whenever, well, I'm like kind of always practicing, but when I'm being super brave, then I would kind of do something like this where I draw a horse. And then since it's something that's not in my comfort zone at all, then I usually attempt a few more as the drawing goes on and then kind of like turn them into different positions and things like that. And now since I have sort of like this almost reference point of the horse, and I got like this angle going, I can kind of try to get a horse running this direction. And I'll kind of look at a little bit of what I have on the other horse, and then try to pull him a bit deeper. That line came a little too broad. But then from here, I kind of want this next character to be kind of like the Mongol style, shooting backwards on a horse, which is going to be a little bit hard to pull off. But and then I'll kind of use like similar details that I have on the previous character. I gotta go. Thank you for answering my questions. Your work is awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm glad I could help somewhat. I'll try to get it to focus. All right, there we go. And I'm kind of using similar. Oh, Jesus, not focusing. So using similar details. Move my thing over. From this far back, I probably won't do the face in. I kind of do like the same sort of over the shadow look. Since at this distance, it kind of, you probably wouldn't see much face detail, and it makes it a little bit easier. Right now, this horse is kind of big, so again, try my best to shrink him. And you probably wouldn't see much of his head from there. The left side of the drawing is always so hard to get my camera to focus. I'm not really sure why. Now I'll kind of compare these two characters and then try to get a horse that's even smaller back. Try my best to sneak him in here. Bojack cameo. Yeah, it's kind of turning into that. Might be able to sneak the characters head in back here. And from these, I'll kind of think of like from the characters around. I'm trying to see kind of how deep. There's also a bit of like warped floor, like they're on a hill or something. So might add another character. Kind of using their hair now as like a marker to go from for about where I feel like their height would be. At this point, it's like very, very simplified characters. Try to sneak in what I can over here. A little horseback there. And I'll kind of bring some of the samurai up a little more. If my camera can focus. I'm sorry, a lot of the smaller little details in the background aren't the most like entertaining thing to probably watch, but it adds a lot to the foreground. Now just kind of keep pushing them back a little bit. Maybe this one has a spear. And I can get a bit more forward. Probably have one right behind. She's a little bit closer. And since it's like getting a little bit crowded up here, then I'll have this guy holding another spear. Yeah, just adding a little bit of depth. Now that the horses are there, I think I'll add maybe one of the opposing sides a little bit towards the foreground more. I think I could probably sneak it over here. It's gonna be pretty difficult since my horse knowledge is like very slim, but kind of taking like what I all the knowledge that I did for this horse over here, and now I'm gonna take it and put it much closer and and kind of just go for it and do the best I can. Mm, come on, camera. I like to try to draw things that I like kind of suck at or don't know that much about. Especially, I feel like it's good for on to do it even on stream and videos and things. Since I don't know, I feel like it's good to see me fail. Kind of made neck a little too big. Might be able to kind of pop this leg up and down somehow. And then I'll try some sort of a stream upshot with a person firing a bow. Yeah, this is pretty deep out of usual comfort, but I think that's good. I'll learn a lot. Pretty much taking what I did on the other page side of the page and just amplifying it and make it a little bit bigger. And from here, since he's like not near the horse really at all, what I can do is kind of keep pushing the character up a little bit more and more with each little detail I add, and then kind of like almost shove him into a place where he then sits on this horse. And then I think I'll make his pants dark. So kind of go over the top of the horse. I can use the hair to kind of fit some things. Now add the quiver. Add a little um, fly with the hair. I could even try something with the arrow, kind of. So he shot the arrow off the horse, and he's got this kind of nice angle. I might try somewhat of a a warped arrow kind of coming off, which might be a little hard to pull off, but kind of something like that. And then since I have like this character and he's kind of pushed towards the foreground, there's almost this little space over here that I could kind of maybe mess around with and get another. This is kind of how I'd go about like learning a horse too, is just kind of adding it into my scene. And then if I really wanted to probably learn it best, then I would go and like after the stream ends, go and kind of look at some horse photos. But I think getting kind of like very familiar with the thing, since everyone kind of, if you've seen a horse before at some point, like a photo movie, then you kind of know some details of a horse and different things about them. And then it's just kind of uncovering that. And just kind of doing that same style that I did on the other ones. Mix up some diluted ink and then add some shadow. Once I get like a decent gray tone going. Whenever I go to shade and I have like a ton of characters on the page, especially things crisscross, and it gets a little bit hard to tell what I did there for detail and things like that. Kind of just try my best to make my way around that. But adding some tone with the ink wash definitely helps split apart these different characters and ideas. especially if I can get the gray to kind of open up areas of light more too. And since I'm probably gonna make these horses brown in color, I think I'll just go through and kind of ink wash the whole horse. And then leave the riders mostly white since it's kind of the tone I want to go for their outfit. And then it kind of separates them. I think I'm definitely gonna uh take photos of this one when I do if I when I make a time lapse video on my channel of the stream. I'm gonna take photos and kind of what I've been doing on the latest videos that I made that are time lapses and kind of have photos at the end that shows more of what the drawing looks like with and in real life with a little bit of color correcting since there's such a reflection on these on the ink that I'm using. Right. I think I'm probably gonna take a break from streaming for now, and then I might stream again tomorrow, depending how things go. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you for like all the support and everything on my channel recently. I'm like so grateful for my channel kind of blowing up in the last week. Like honestly, thank you guys. And yeah, I hope I can help in whatever way I can. So yeah, peace.